rise for the jury. Seated. Everybody has their correct notepads.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you have a pleasant evening, a great weekend, and a good morning so far. I anticipate we'll go through till about 12:30 today, then I'll give you a lunch, and then we'll go through the rest of the day. If you need a break for any reason, please let me know. All right, where we last left off, we were at direct, is that right? We're across? Okay.
My approach to court.
Yes.
No, this is going to be 61.
Okay.
Regulations.
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
It's going to be the regulations for the San Antonio Police Department.
It's going to be a different, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, you need a sticker?
There's going to be one.
Okay.
But I will need a sticker for this one.
62? Oof, that's too short. Whenever you're ready.
Here, this is going to be 62.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of a Texas statute pursuant to Rule of Evidence 201 and 202. And it's been marked as defense exhibit number 62. It's the Texas Occupational Code, section 1701.269 of the Texas Vernon Statutes, Texas Occupational Code. We assert that this provision is relevant to this proceedings, and we would ask the court to take judicial notice of it.
Noted that it is part of state law's occupation code, I would object on relevance matters. The code itself specifically addresses training and policies of chokeholds, civil neck restraint by police officers. It also addresses policies regarding the duty of a police officer to intervene or stop or prevent another for using excessive force. That would then be asking this officer to testify as to activity that he is not aware of and has not seen. He has not been designated by an expert, so I would object in terms of relevance with this officer.
Your Honor, counsel's argument is misplaced. 1701.269B, 2A, and 2B and 2B1 goes to the heart of what's at issue in this case, whether or not force was unreasonable, and whether or not it violated state law, which Chapter 9 of the Texas Penal Code, and the indictment is an issue in federal law. And it goes to the issue of excessive or unnecessary force. Now, counsel's argument is further misplaced because what this says is that peace officers are given training and are told that they have a duty to intervene if they see the kind of conduct that's at the heart of this indictment. So what we want to be able to assert is that at no point in time did this witness report or hear anyone report what was required by the statute. And he did not see or hear anyone report what's required by this statute in accordance with his training, then it becomes relevant. The fact that something didn't happen is relevant to the issue of whether or not the underlying conduct happened. So it is relevant, it is probative. In weighing, it's relevant under 401, 402, and under 403 analysis. Any potential prejudice is outweighed by the relevance. And to deny introduction of this statute and to deny introduction of the evidence we hope to elicit would deny us of a defense.
Brief response, Your Honor.
Yes.
And again, this witness already testified from where he was, his vantage point. He did not see what the defendant's actions were down at that window. He could not inform an opinion. Again, defense has not noticed this officer as an expert. The state has not noticed him as an expert. So he now attempts to bring in through the back door what his own experts designated would testify to. It would be improper bolstering. He doesn't have firsthand knowledge. It's inappropriate with this witness.
And again, Your Honor, it's counsel fails to understand the import of Barnes v. Felix and Graham v. Conner, and that is the totality of circumstances includes everything preceding the moment of truth. And what we want to do is show that during the time that the threat became apparent was far earlier than when the defendants engaged in the conduct that's alleged in the indictment. It started 15, 20 minutes beforehand, and this witness had firsthand knowledge of what was preceding that moment at 2:02:07, and that's part of the totality of the circumstances. And if anybody thought that there was provocation or illegality, then he was required to do that. The state has advanced some crazy theory that the officers committed some kind of burglary or trespass, and we're entitled to rebut that with this witness.
Judge, if I may respond to Mr. Harris, just briefly, with this witness, he did spend a lot of time talking about his 32 years of experience, and all the years of police experience and everything else. And I think what Mr. Fuentes has done is asking the court to take judicial notice, and if they have any objections to the way that statute is being used with this witness, they can court hire the witness on it. If it goes outside the expertise that he established that this witness had on his direct examination. And so we're asking first for judicial notice of the statute, and then any questions that they believe go outside his expertise, I think they can object at that time.
All right, so this is a law, this Texas Occupations Code. If I do a 404, not necessarily something that is relevant. I mean, you can examine, the court doesn't necessarily have to take judicial notice of the law. It's the law, right? And the court is providing the law to the jury. If you want to examine this witness regarding what is reasonable or not reasonable, as to what it is that he observed or whatever it is he's a witness to, you can do that. The state is welcome to object. But in terms of this being the law, it's the law. And so that's just where we're at with that. You can cross this witness, and then the state can object if they feel like there's a 403 or a 404 analysis that needs to come into play.
Correct. Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 61, and I represent to you that it's Section 200 of the Rules and Regulations of the San Antonio Police Department General Manual. Could you do me a favor and look through that and see that it's a true and correct copy of the General Manual?
It looks like it.
far as I can tell it is.
All right, and so I want you to look at page 14 of that document. And does the San Antonio Police Department have a Rule 4.09, duty to report crimes?
It does,
And are you familiar with that rule?
yes.
And what does that rule require you, as a police officer, to do if you observe any crime?
I am supposed to report it.
All right, and do you report it immediately, or do you wait until you figure, somebody's going to ask for my report, I better report it 24 hours later?
It's supposed to be reported on as quickly as possible.
All right,
Is what?
As quickly as possible.
and 4.10, can you tell the jury what that rule is entitled?
It's duty to report incidents.
And 4.10E, what is that rule entitled?
Incidents where the city may be liable.
All right, and what are you required to do if there's an incident where the city may be liable civilly for conduct by the police officers?
Objection, relevance as to this proceeding, and may we approach, Your Honor?
I'll sustain.
Your Honor, I would proffer that we're not offering it for purposes of what we've filed our initial motions. There's another purpose for which we're offering it, just to show an absence of a report.
You can ask him that.
All right. Now, Officer Chernak, regarding Rule 4.10E, did you, in connection with the June 23rd, 2023 incident, report that the city might be liable for conduct that you observed on June 23rd, 2023 at 6200 Old Pearsall Road?
Objection, Your Honor. I would like to take this witness on voir dire.
Okay.
Officer Training, in this incident, were you the reporting officer assigned to this incident?
No, sir.
That was Officer Vince Gomez. They had the reporting responsibility, correct?
I'm still not sure who had the report responsibilities. I know it wasn't me.
Okay, in fact, you gave a witness statement instead of writing a report, correct?
I had to do a supplement to it. Even though I gave a written statement, I still had to provide a supplement report to it.
All right. And again, as you believe you have testified on direct, did you observe the activity of the defendants at that bedroom window from your perch at the second bedroom window?
I mean, what they were doing at the porch?
Yes, sir.
I testified I couldn't see what they were doing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this witness by his testimony did not have the report writing authority for this incident. He wrote a supplemental from his vantage point. It is improper to inquire for him the totality of the report of the incident. That was a separate officer. He's the wrong witness for this line of questioning.
Your Honor, that argument is very specious and illogical for the very reason that
Would object to the sidebar.
nothing in 410,
All right, so I'll sustain the sidewalk.
nothing in 410 says that the officer is relieved of responsibility to report if some other officer has report writing responsibility. So he's required to submit a report irrespective of whether someone has report writing responsibility, and he testified he didn't know who had report writing responsibility. So if he didn't know who had report writing responsibility, he's not relieved from reporting.
All right, so again, ask him questions about whatever potential evidence is, and let's see how he responds.
Did you write a report pursuant to 4.10 that complied with 4.10E?
I completed, like I said, a supplement report.
All right, but did you report in that supplemental report that you believe that the city might have liability for what you observed?
Again, objection, Your Honor. Counsel is also further attempting to breach the court's pretrial rulings. And his next tactic will be to ask the state if we're going to give him immunity. It's an improper line of questioning with this witness.
I would object to the sidebar.
Can we approach on that?
Sure.
Yeah.
All rights for the jury? Please be seated.
So I wanted to be a little quieter. So here's the issue with that. The way he said that was that we were going to ask to give him immunity. The problem with that is that he is trying to make the jury believe that we think that they did something wrong and that they need immunity for it. And that is their theory is falling off a cliff. Everybody realizes it. They realize it, and now they're trying to impute to us as if we believe that he would need immunity.
All right, so I'm gonna listen, on that particular defense objection, I'll grant that as it relates to the state making any reference to immunity. I'm reading exactly what the state said. It wasn't anything that was harmful in the court's opinion. So as a result of that, I'll grant it. I'll just remind the state, let's not talk about immunity in front of this jury, number one. Number two, as it relates to the state's objection regarding the line of questioning, what I asked up here, Mr. Cifuentes, is what specifically you're trying to elicit from this witness with that question?
It's real simple. They're trying to assert the officers have no right to enter the premise and they engaged in misconduct, and therefore they committed crimes and violated people's rights.
But I did sustain defense objections to that, right? On Friday.
Correct. But they even though it's been sustained, we want to be able to establish, just because an objection hasn't been sustained doesn't mean that there's an absence of evidence. That if this witness had the duty to report criminal conduct, had the duty to report civil misconduct, and he failed to do so, that goes to establish that there was no criminal misconduct or no civil misconduct, because what they're going to argue is that in the 2 seconds before the shooting, that in itself defines criminal conduct. And we know that's not true, that the totality of the circumstances, the repeated threats, is what makes the belief that someone's dangerous and violent and the threat of imminent force is necessary. If someone repeatedly attacks someone with a deadly weapon, that when they attack on the third time, or fourth time, or fifth time, that shows an intent to use the weapon. It shows an intent because we believe we're going to elicit testimony that she missed by inches when she attacked Villalobos at 151.50 with the hammer. We believe that Maria Salinas and Vince Gomez are going to establish that they missed and that Maria drew down, that she believed that Villalobos' life was in danger. And so that was conveyed to Eleazar. And so if it was conveyed to Eleazar, he had a reasonable belief that Melissa Perez, when he saw at 2:02:07 her swing the hammer, that she had the intent to kill or cause serious bodily injury. And so if this witness didn't report any misconduct leading up to that, it's relevant.
Judge, one of their many odd theories is that Melissa Perez had the right to use deadly force against officers, inferring that the officers were doing something wrong or illegal, which they've given selective immunity to certain officers because they don't want us to have a defense. We'll bring that up at some later time. And so what Mr. Cifuentes is trying to say, Judge, that if there's a responsibility of every officer out there to at least report, if all these officers are doing something wrong and nobody reported it, then we can make the argument they weren't doing anything wrong. And we all know they weren't, Judge. So that's all he's trying. I'm just trying to keep it really simple. Forget about civil lawsuits. We know they got poured out in a civil lawsuit in federal court. We get all that. That'll come up during for the experts. I'm talking about what Mr. Cifuentes is trying to listen from this witness is that there's a duty for every single officer in Bexar County, in San Antonio Police Department, to report on their own. They don't have to be the lead officer. Just they have a duty to report bad behavior, illegal behavior, and nobody did. That's all he's trying to get at this, Judge. And it goes to one of the heart of their theories that we all know is insane, but still, they're trying to present that. So we have a right to rebut it, Judge, and that's all that Mr. Cifuentes is trying to do. It's really simple, and I know it hurts their theory, but we have a right to a defense.
And another point.
Hold on, yes.
Your Honor, I believe they need to tread this ground very carefully because they had asked for and were given the opportunity to have this officer's request for immunity hidden from the jury, and we agree with that, and that's okay. But if they're going to continue to go this route and say that there are things that he did that were unlawful or that his other officers who were granted immunity,
We're not saying that.
May I?
But we're not saying that.
May I? If they're going to continue to go in this thing and say that they failed to follow policy and that there were actually concerns about immunity, I believe they're going to open the door for us to be able to get into the fact that he was unwilling to testify without immunity.
Mr. Moonen is arguing to himself because we're not making that point.
All right, so
No one said
I'm
that.
saying he's stepping into that, and
I was not.
I want the court to be aware that when that happens, that we should be able to respond to the fact that he was concerned enough for what his actions were that he asked for immunity.
That doesn't make any
He
sense.
did, because I gave him the option, if you remember, the option, and with his lawyer present, he could choose to either not take any immunity and continue to testify, or insist on the immunity. And I said I would offer him the immunity if he insisted on it.
He's concerned about a runaway DA's office that's trying to charge all these officers.
okay, let's get back to the heart of the matter. So, what does the duty for this officer have to submit a report or not? How is that an issue that is in front of this particular
Your Honor,
jury?
it's an issue because I guess it was around 4 o'clock that I read an email from Mr. Harris of a late disclosure of Chuck Joyner having changed his opinion about whether or not they illegally attempted to arrest her. And Mr. Joyner changed his opinion. I asked for a supplemental report to clarify. We haven't been given a supplemental report to clarify. All we've gotten is an alleged disclosure notice of their summary of events, which we have found repeatedly to be untrue or incomplete. And so it's important that since their expert has changed course, as their theory has changed course, we don't know whether they're even going to call Mr. Joyner. They haven't replied to my request, are you going to call Mr. Joyner or not?
Your Honor, could I just, an analogy, I don't know if it might help the court, but in a business record, if there's a duty for information to be included in a business record and it is not there when it should have been, if in fact those acts had occurred, then that in itself is admissible. So in essence, that's what we're saying. They're accusing all of these officers of criminal conduct. So if that information is not in documents that would have been required to be produced under either the San Antonio Police Officer General Manual or the Occupation Code provision that Mr. Cifuentes cited, then that becomes relevant and admissible, if that helps the court at all.
And we also intend to introduce videos, and after we introduce the videos, or actually play videos for this witness, and ask after this point in time, did anyone come to you to talk about improper or illegal conduct? Since he's the senior officer on the shift, you would think, and it stands to reason, that if someone saw something illegal, that they might come to him.
Okay, so let's get to this. Why don't you ask this police officer now the questions that you want to ask? The jury's not here, and let's figure out whether or not it passes 404.
All right.
Turn your microphone around, it's right behind you, there you go.
Officer Chernak, being aware of Rule 4.09, did you ever write a report that complied with 4.09 of reporting criminal activity that you observed on your call at 6200 Old Pearsall Road on June 23rd, 2023?
Okay, are you talking about other officers, or are you talking about in general?
Did you?
That I observed,
Yeah.
but overall, or any of the officers?
Did you write a report saying that you believe that the officers engaged in criminal conduct?
No, my supplement just was what happened, what my part of it was.
And nothing in the supplement said, I believe these officers committed crime, correct?
No, sir, I did not write that.
And would you also agree that you did not write a report that night pursuant to Rule 4.10E that said that you thought that the officers engaged in conduct that might cause civil liability to the city?
No, I did not.
And you saw certain videos before you testified today that Mariah Medina showed you. Would you agree?
She showed me some videos, yes.
All right, and you recall that after the point in time, thinking back to June 23rd, 2023, when those events on the video happened, and there's a timestamp, would you agree with me that no one came to you after that point in time that was marked on the videos to tell you that they observed conduct that might be criminal, correct?
Nobody is gonna come up to me and tell me.
All right. And no one came up afterwards telling you that officers had engaged in conduct that might result in civil liability to the city, correct?
Nobody approached me on that, no.
That's the testimony we're seeking to. And you didn't tell anyone that you believed that the plan Alfred Flores came up with was illegal, would you agree?
Whether the plan is legal or not, okay, the plan that we came up with, or what got changed, again, I can't say it was illegal or not, because it got changed because of what they saw at the time, and I did not see it. So in a way, you're asking me to Monday morning quarterback something I didn't see.
Sure. So let me rephrase, and I know we're all tired.
And I don't have firsthand knowledge of it.
Right, so let me ask it in a way that it's clear that I'm only asking for your firsthand knowledge as you knew the plan that existed at the time you heard it. So, at the time you heard Alfred Flores give you a plan or directive, would you agree that what you heard at that point in time, nothing was illegal about it, correct?
I did not believe there was anything illegal about it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything related?
in your 20s, just as an example, your 20 years with SAPD, have you ever had the opportunity to pursue, as Mr. Cifuentes asked, Rule 410E, writing reports of incidents that could expose the city of San Antonio to liability?
I understand we're in a hearing outside the presence of the jury, but it's not relevant.
The council is zeroing in on this incident. I want to inquire about the applicability overall. Go ahead.
Every time we write a report on something, there's always that possibility, that the city's gonna be liable for something. When we're doing stuff especially, but as far as that goes, I have never had to write one where I've seen something that was so egregious that it was gonna put the city in a bad place.
Okay. And so that answer would specifically, per the code he cites, 410E, you've never, in your 20 years with SAPD, looked at and seen that opportunity?
I've never had to, no.
Okay. And it's normally your routine report as a patrol officer has always been sufficient.
Yes, sir.
And likewise, have you ever had the opportunity to write a specific report under 409 about writing a report of criminal activity? You fellow officers, is that something that has come up frequently in your 20 years experience with SAPD?
With that, I have had to write reports that involve police officers and off-duty activities.
Yes, sir.
I've had to arrest officers for off-duty activities.
Yes, sir.
But I've never had to write one for an on-duty incident.
Okay, and again, anything that you observed is normally covered in your routine report.
Yes, sir.
And were you in a position to see what had happened down at the porch window when the events took place? Yes or no?
That's been asked and answered.
Some clarity in this context, Judge.
All right, over.
Okay. As I've testified, what happened up there at the porch, after I'd moved over to the corner bedroom, I couldn't see anything as far as what was going on the porch. So whatever changed up there that was happening, I would be, if I were to say, oh, this happened, I couldn't, I'd be lying because I couldn't see it.
And would that same answer apply to any activity that occurred before you arrived at about when the E-tone from Officer Salinas went out? Could you have done, would you have the information to write either of those reports about that activity?
I wasn't present for that, so no, sir.
That's all I have.
All right, I'm going to conduct a 403 and a 404 analysis. I won't let either side get into interviewing or examining this witness related to any civil liability exposure or to the occupations code. All the other questions are okay. Anything else?
Your Honor, I understand you're not going to allow questions about the occupation code, but I believe we should be allowed to. Did you see anything that required you to intervene to stop any of the plans that were in place?
Yes, you can ask him that.
All right.
All right.
instruction disregard on my sustained objection as far as any immunity. That was the last.
I'm
thing.
sorry, I didn't catch it.
Well,
Yeah, the last question by the,
yes, we would like an instruction to disregard on anything about immunity, which was the last thing the jury heard before they left the courtroom.
okay.
All right for the jury? You may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. I'm going to instruct you to disregard the last question made by the state.
And just to preserve our error, we ask for this.
Overruled or denied.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, next question.
All right, how you doing, officer?
We're making it.
All right, so if I ask a question that is confusing, please let me know. I want to make sure that my sole intention is to ask you questions based upon your personal knowledge that you have, correct? You understand that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if I understand where we left off, we were talking about the San Antonio General Manual Rules and Regulations 4.09. And you said there's a requirement to report crimes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you agree with me that there was nothing that you observed on the part of SAPD officers on the night of June 23rd, 2023 at 6200 Old Pearsall Road that would have required you to report that you observed officers committing a criminal act?
No, sir, I did not observe anything.
All right. And had you observed something that was criminal, you would have written a report naming the criminal offense, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in your career, you have arrested San Antonio police officers off duty, correct?
I've had one or two, yes, sir.
But you've never had the opportunity to observe an officer commit a criminal act on duty, correct?
No, sir, I have not.
All right. And would you agree that you have had training in the San Antonio Police Academy where you're taught that if you observe conduct that's criminal or inappropriate, you have a duty to intervene and stop the criminal behavior?
Yes, sir.
All right. And could you tell the jury whether you saw anything on June 23rd, 2023 at 6200 Old Pearsall Road that would have triggered the duty that you have as a police officer to intervene and stop the activity of another officer?
I did not have any
All
that I
right.
observed.
And would you agree that you fully were aware of the plan that Sergeant Alfred Flores gave to you about arresting Melissa Perez on the night of June 23rd, 2023 at 6200 Old Pearsall Road?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, were you aware of his plan to arrest Melissa Perez?
Yes,
All right. And as you heard his plan, and I realize the plan changed, but as you heard his plan up to that point in time, did you hear anything that you believe to be illegal or improper?
no, sir.
All right. At my request, did you listen to some videos on headphones prior to you testifying today?
I did.
And were you asked to determine whether the audio matched the transcription that was imposed on the videos?
Yes, sir.
And what was your conclusion?
The transcription matched the audio.
All right. We would ask permission to play a clip of Vince Gomez body worn camera, and I believe that's going to be exhibit.
That will be States 10. Sorry, Judge, we tested on the rate. We'll get going.
Okay.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
also recognize after she did what she did this view around this jump those fence. You can see how this window, or if you come over to the cedar room, see how that window's wide open. She might have never
All right, and is that video one of the videos you saw?
It was.
All right, and you said the transcription was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there was another video that you viewed. I'm going to play that. And this is Eleazar's body.
I saw her wow.
Okay, so what we see is a person in the middle of the video. Is that Maria Salinas?
I believe so.
All right, and I'm going to tell you that in probably a few seconds we're going to see Maria Salinas make a gesture, and after she makes that gesture, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so I think it was at 1:57:38. I'm going to stand up. Would you agree for the record that Maria Salinas, when they were talking about how close, she made a gesture, I think it was with her left hand, let me use that correct hand. She made a gesture like this with her thumb about an inch away from her index finger. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, she made that gesture.
All right. And when police officers speak with other officers, you would agree with me it's important that they obey Rule 3.02, which is to tell the truth at all times.
Yes.
And it's important because if you tell another officer that someone nearly killed an officer or injured them with a hammer, that's vital information that they must know, correct?
I would say that's information that should be passed.
All right, and you're required to support fellow officers in time of danger, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by providing information that someone nearly struck someone by this much, a thumb and index finger an inch apart, that's vital information that should be conveyed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And since this is Eleazar's body camera, you would agree that he'd be entitled to rely upon the information that Maria Salinas conveyed at this point in time, correct?
Are you asking me if that he is able to believe what she's telling him?
Yes.
I would assume he should be able to.
All right, thank you. I'm going to continue to play this. Okay, so you agree that Eleazar was told in this video that when Melissa Perez came sprinting at Villalobos that she got very close with the hammer, correct?
I wasn't there at that point, but
That's
what's being said on the video.
Okay, I got you. And I'm just asking you that when you listen to it, that's what you heard, right?
Yes, sir. Okay, and I think I stopped at 1:57:59. You agree that one of the officers said they were scared for Villalobos, correct? I believe there was something in there that said something about him.
Okay.
Good.
All right. All right, so there's reference to taking another vacation. Would you agree that sometimes cops engage in dark humor to cope with the stress of ugly situations?
That would be an understatement sometimes. Yes, we have a very dark sense of humor to deal with
And you
this.
yourself, no criticism of you. I know you're a senior officer and you've seen a lot of things over the years, some ugly things, but you would agree with me that you've been able to maintain your sanity by using dark humor in bad situations, correct?
It's a trait that sometimes we have to use just to keep from screaming.
All right, and so when someone's talking about a situation where they may have to shoot someone and they make reference to taking a vacation, you would agree that that's not a statement that they consider someone's life worthless, or that they think it's going to be an opportunity to enjoy time in Hawaii or something like that. You would agree that's not what they're saying, right?
My experience throughout my entire career is we don't want to have to take somebody's life. It's a possibility of every day when I walk out my door that I have to come to the realization that it could happen today or it might not. It's something that I don't think any police officer that I know of would joke about in a manner that would be I know if they were referring to it, you know, in a high stress situation where we're using, you know, that dark humor that we have, to someone outside of law enforcement, they would probably think we're pretty, you know, kind of rude about it, you know, where they see it as, you know, an insult, but it's not. It's just us dealing with the task at hand and what's going on.
All right. Let's go ahead and continue. Oops. All right, so let's see. I'm going to play a video where it's a compilation sequentially of Vince Gomez, Neary, and Lamb. All right, and we saw a stretch of video at 1:59. I estimated it was like 1:59:15 through 1:59:28. And Vince Gomez illustrates to Neary and Lamb and others that Melissa Perez came this close to striking Villalobos in the head. And when he gestured, would you agree with me for the record, that he put his palms in front of his face, facing each other, at a distance probably 5 to 7 inches apart?
Yeah, the video showed he did that.
All right, and he shook his hands for emphasis, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you would agree with me that all the officers who heard or saw that were entitled to rely upon that as a statement of fact that Melissa Perez came within 5 to 7 inches, according to Vince Gomez, of striking Villalobos in the head with a hammer.
I can't say what other people thought.
But they were entitled to rely upon that representation, correct?
Yes.
We passed the witness.
You need to set up computer on that.
Okay, I'm sorry, let me move.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bit of musical chairs here. Officer Chernak, before I shift gears here, it wasn't entirely clear to me, the vacation discussion, that wasn't any of these gentlemen here that were engaged in that, right?
To be honest with you, I couldn't tell you who all was engaged in that conversation. I don't believe it was. But
Right. It sounded like it was maybe Vince Gomez and Maria Salinas bantering back and forth a little bit, right?
it's hard to tell sometimes.
Sure, fair enough. And the videos will make that clear, right? I want to pick up where Mr. Cifuentes left off in terms of you describing to the jury dealing with difficult situations out in the field in your decades now of police. It can be easy to forget that we're here talking about the tragic loss of human life, right?
Yes, sir.
And so none of us, and certainly Mr. Flores and Villalobos and Alejandro, none of us are diminishing the value of Melissa Perez's life. And I think that's a sentiment that's shared by all of SAPD, right?
Like I said, I've worked 3 different departments. I don't know anybody who says, you know, I'm going to go out and kill someone today. We don't do that. That's not what we do. That's not how we're trained.
I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 63. And you and I discussed this earlier, but is this a photograph that depicts at least the same person that you all encountered that night?
I believe that's Miss Perez, yes. The one I've seen that I saw on the news after it happened.
Sure. This time, defense would offer Defendant's Exhibit 63, tender to the state for inspection.
No objection to Defense 63, Your Honor.
Submitted?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So that's Melissa, a photo of Melissa Perez, right?
Yes, sir.
But that's not the Melissa that SAPD got on that particular night, right?
No, sir.
On that particular night, this is not me being insensitive, but this is the Melissa Perez we got that night, as everyone saw her, right? This is Defendant's Exhibit 12.
When I got there, she didn't have the headband on.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the
But
clarification.
that looks very similar.
And I'm not making a comment on having a headband or not. So Defendant's Exhibit 49 here. You see someone swinging a hammer through a window. That's the Melissa Perez that officers encountered that night, right? You'd agree?
If that's what's on the body cam.
Sure. And I would represent to you that these have been admitted as being stills from body camera video. And then States 52, we've got Ms. Perez there. Testimony is shown with the hammer inside the apartment. That's the Melissa Perez that officers encountered that night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. before I move on, just like the rest of us in this room, the judge, the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, law enforcement in particular, when you encounter people out in the world, it is usually when something terrible has happened, right?
Usually we're not encountering people on their best day.
Right. No one's calling 911 when good things are going on, right?
No.
Right. Would you agree with me that on the whole, the failure to get Melissa restrained quickly to protect herself from hurting someone else or even herself was a failure, big picture, in this case?
Are you asking my opinion or?
Let me ask it this way, maybe morally speaking. I'm not asking you to say whether one particular officer or not did something wrong, but the failure to get Melissa Perez into custody quickly and safely so she could be taken to the hospital or to the jail was a failure in this particular case.
Again, you're asking me to kind of give a Monday morning quarterback answer.
And that's the nature of what we're doing here,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and the only thing I can say about it is based upon the information that I was aware of at the time and the plan that we'd come up with, that we were, beforehand, we were hoping that that was the hopeful outcome.
Getting her into custody safely.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. So kind of step back. You talked about your experience on South Patrol. We've learned now you've had a storied career in law enforcement. We thank you for that. I want to just show the jury, if I could, through you, give them a sense of what the South Patrol area looks like. Are you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you defendants' exhibits. Starting at 64, Tom?
64.
64, 65, 66, and 67. You can just take a look at these and see if they accurately portray some areas that have been discussed in this trial.
As far as I'm aware, they're pretty accurate.
Thank you, sir. So at this time, defense would offer defendant's exhibits. We'll go in this order. 64. It's got the number 61 on it, right?
The 61 section, yes, sir.
So this depicts the 61 section South Patrol?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then defendant's exhibit 65. It's got the number 62 on it, same thing, depicts 62 section,
Yes, sir.
okay? And then defendant's exhibit 66, it's got the 63 on it,
Yes, sir.
okay? And then defendant's exhibit 67, it says south on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in 66, there's an address, is that the same address you all responded to in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Defense would offer defense exhibit 64 through 67. I'll tender to the state for inspection. I don't think so.
No objections to defenses 64, 65, 66, and 67 for
Right.
identification.
Those are admitted.
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, Officer Chernak, we'll start with 67 first, kind of biggest picture here. We've got a map in this exhibit. Can you just explain to the jury what this map is depicting?
It's depicting the South Patrol Service area.
And we've heard some testimony about the service area like South is divided into different sections, right?
It's divided into 3 sections,
And those are numbered?
61, 62, and 63.
All right, so starting with Defendant's Exhibit 64. What area is this on this particular map?
This is the 61 section.
Okay. And then Defendant's Exhibit 65.
And that's going to be the 62 section.
Okay. And you know where I'm going with this. Defendant's Exhibit 66 is?
63.
And 63, each of these sections, they have a sergeant assigned to them, right?
Yes, sir.
And so when something happens in a particular section, whoever the sergeant happens to be on that shift, it's their responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so 63, assuming in here, you testified that this marker here, 6200 Old Pearsall Road, that's the address you all responded to that night.
Yes, sir.
Squarely within Sergeant Flores' section that night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when Sergeant Flores makes a scene, it's not as though he shows up and desires to take control as a sergeant. He has to take control because it is his section, right?
He has the ultimate authority to do it.
Right. Because if it had been in 62, the sergeant for 62 section would have had ultimate authority and same for 61, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've seen video for you from that night. I think it's clear to the jury that you got there a little later than a lot of other officers. We had, more than 10 officers on scene there?
I can't tell you how many were actually assigned. I know we had a lot.
At least that showed up.
Yes.
Right? And the video appeared to show you trying to find a way to get in that apartment and get Melissa Perez into custody, right?
Yes, sir. We were trying to come up with a plan.
And you'll have to excuse me for asking, but had you succeeded in getting in, you would not have been committing a criminal trespass, would you?
We had a legal right to be entering in.
Right. You had the exigency of someone who'd run from police and attacked police, and you were going to go in and get her into custody, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it seems obvious from the video, but it seemed that your plan contemplated kind of getting the jump on Ms. Perez in that apartment, right?
That was hopefully the idea.
Ideally, get in before she realizes you're inside so you can go hands-on or taser or whatever you could. That was the minimum amount of force that would be effective to get her into custody, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, let's suppose when you got in, she got to you before that taser could be effective, and she had that hammer and was about to use it on you. You'd have to probably transition to lethal, wouldn't you?
Again, you're asking me to speculate.
Sure.
To be perfectly honest, I don't know if we would have had time to transition.
Okay. And if you didn't have time to transition and she had that hammer, it's possible, if not likely, she could have done some serious damage to either you or whoever she encountered first with that hammer.
I mean, the possibility is always there.
Right. And if you had had time to draw and had used lethal, you understand that the state's theory in this case would say that you would be charged with murder in that circumstance.
Objection. Misstatement, Your Honor. The state's never said it in relevance. Out.
I think that theory is pretty clear on the record, Your Honor.
You can rephrase your question.
So, Officer Chernak, had you gotten into the apartment through that back window with the desire to get hands-on with Melissa Perez or have the taser, but couldn't get hands-on, or the taser would have been ineffective because she's so close, but you'd gotten that gun out, would you have been justified in shooting her if she's coming at you with a big claw hammer?
Again, Your Honor, I've been qualified as an expert.
Are you asking on this expert?
Just based on his 30 years of experience, just based on his 30 years of experience as an officer and his impression of the events transpiring that night, I think the state's made it clear that their theory in this case is that the officers being in that apartment was unlawful, and they've made the case now that their presence may or may not justify their actions. I'm only asking this witness what he would do in that circumstance, not asking him to comment on anybody else's actions.
Okay, so you can ask him that.
So Officer Chernak, if you were in that situation, what would you do with Big Claw Hammer being used against you?
That's kind of hard to answer, because there's so many different variables that could be involved in that. You know, where are we? Are we in the bed? Are we in a open room where there's nothing, you know, where there's no obstacles? Is there a bunk bed? Are we in the hallway? Are we, you know, is there anybody else nearby that I have to worry about? So that question is really kind of hard to answer without, you know, I've learned in my experience that I can't say this is what I would do. Because again, like I said, there's so many variables in there. As I said, you know, I can't say yes or no what they were doing. Try this again, sorry, my mouth's a little dry. I can't say, you know, sit here and say that what Sergeant Flores and Officer Eleazar and Villalobos did was wrong. I can't say it's right because I didn't see it, and I wasn't seeing what they were seeing. I wasn't there in real time. So for me to, you know, say that this is what should have been done, you know, this is I can't say that.
I appreciate your humility in that answer. And I guess ask the question more pointedly. In that situation, for you, in a situation where someone is attacking you with a hammer, would you agree at least that you would not let that person attack you with a hammer?
No, I would not.
And you would do everything that you could to stop that kind of force being used on you?
I would do what was necessary.
Thank you. And I'm glad you mentioned all the variables that could arise in a situation. Those are split-second decisions that officers have to make in the moment, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, watching the various videos we've seen, would you agree with me that the consensus among all those many officers there on scene is, like you testified, we need to get into that apartment, we need to get her into custody?
That's usually how it's, what we usually try to do is quick, fast, you know, we don't want to be in a prolonged encounter.
In fact, acting with intention and quickly, that can prevent a situation from needlessly escalating, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it's important to maintain that control.
Yes.
And I think because you've been very clear with this jury and with us about what you did and didn't know, at the time, you didn't know about the bedridden old man in that middle bedroom, right?
No, sir, I was not aware of him.
And even not knowing about him, you were still on board with the plan of getting into that apartment and taking her into custody.
Based upon the assault on Officer Salinas gave us grounds to go in. So, like I said, we had a legal right to go in.
Yes, sir. And I agree with you. We all do. There's been some discussion of tools that might have been available to officers on the scene. You actually had a shield in your vehicle that night, right?
Yes, sir. I was assigned to carry the shield for the 61 section.
Because each section, there's somebody assigned with shield, and this particular night it was actually Dallin Young that had it, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of helping with the plan and participating in the plan to go inside, you didn't suggest to go get your shield out of your vehicle.
To be honest with you, I hadn't even thought about it.
And really, based on this apartment you're dealing with and trying to get into, the shield probably wasn't a very useful tool in that regard, right?
Trying to go with the plan that we had. Trying to get through the window with the shield and everything would have been a little cumbersome.
So I want to turn to Alfred, Mr. Flores, that night. You were actually his FTO 17 years ago?
Many years ago, yes, sir.
So you trained Alfred when he came to policing from his first career as a zookeeper.
Yes, sir. He was a probationary.
Yeah. And so his demeanor that night, having known Alfred, you'd agree that he seemed calm, given the circumstances.
Yeah, he seemed like it didn't seem... he wasn't running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
He wasn't amped up, right?
Didn't seem to be.
Pretty conscientious.
He seemed to always be like he always was.
And how would you describe him? You say how he always is. How is he always? What do you mean by that?
In the couple of years that I've been there with him being a sergeant, he's been to a couple of my calls. I've never heard him get, angry or yell or seem to yell or get angry. So he's always, somewhat calm and cool.
Right, because that night he wasn't screaming nasty things at Melissa Perez, right?
No,
He wasn't getting her amped up or taunting her in any way, right?
not that I saw.
And that would be against your prior experience with Alfred, right?
I'm sorry?
That would be contrary to your prior experience with Alfred, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you quickly just a short clip from what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. This is going to be Officer Villalobos' body camera video. At 1:57 a.m.
And she was on the other way, and we don't want to hear. She said, well, you it's like better in so she don't got the hammer on her right now? Yeah, if I hop over and talk to her, if he stays there without reaching for the hammer, the door's unlocked. Yeah, they just wait for things to get here with us. If that was the case, I could just open the door and grab her. She doesn't go for the hammer right away, I can just go and tap her. It's on the couch. Basically, gives her away from her. She won't have enough time to get her key.
And so I stopped the video here at 1:58:05. Did you hear in the video Officer Villalobos describing to Sergeant Flores that Melissa Perez has put down the hammer?
Yes, sir. I did hear that.
And so in terms of the ability to go in and get her safely, that has improved the situation, right? That she no longer has that weapon in her hand.
At that particular point, yes.
Right, because if something changes and that weapon's back in her hand, that complicates the confrontation, right?
It has the possibility to change how things get.
Understood.
But I'm just saying I can't get her from the door. And we knew that it's something because I unlocked it. Okay. Yeah. I'm asking you to come out and talk to me. I was able to unlock it. Okay. Well, I didn't tell you. I just told you his face along with mine and then turn in my screen door. That's the last one. Right, police. Would you like to come out and talk to us? You're gonna work. I'm explaining. Okay. Well, like I said, one way or another, what's going to happen is going to happen, okay? I'm trying to explain the law to you so that this doesn't go, so that this doesn't escalate. So before this has to get complicated, can you please just come up so we don't have to use force or anything like that?
No,
Why not?
because I already know what's gonna happen.
So it's going to happen regardless. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Tell us what is going to happen.
Like previously, I've been arrested for false accusations.
Okay.
I'm not having it anymore.
This isn't false. You threw something and hit him with the officer.
Accusations because you came and tore my door down.
Okay. Okay. We're trying to be very patient with you.
If you want to be conventional, you respect that elderly man that I picked up on the street, and you respect my property, and you respect my apartment.
We are trying to. If you would just come out, then your apartment, nothing's going to happen to it.
You want me to come out so you can arrest me?
Well, it's either you come out and we arrest you, or we go in and we arrest you.
Well, I'm not, you know what? I'm not going that way. I'm not going 45 days again for false accusations because I think they're down that 3 times.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, we try to do this very peacefully.
You need a warrant.
No, we don't.
You ain't got a warrant.
I promise you I don't.
So if we had a warrant, you come out peacefully?
If you have a warrant,
You
let
come
the
out.
judge give you a warrant.
Okay, so hold on. Hypothetically, if we had a warrant, would
You
you?
need a warrant. Don't act stupid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What if we had one? Would you come outside?
You don't have a warrant.
Okay, but if we had one.
If we have one.
If you had a warrant for what?
This
If you had a warrant for what?
So now,
Exactly. You don't even know for what.
does it
For what?
matter?
And a warrant for what? Explain to me yours for what? You're the officer, right?
You seem to
You
know
know
more
the
than me.
law, right?
You seem to know more than me, so you tell me what the warrant is for.
No, you're the one who's harassing me, so you tell me what the warrant is.
got here. I just
Yeah, we're good. Look, hey, we're just trying to help you.
You're not helping me because you're harassing me.
How are we harassing you?
Because you're shining the lights, kicking my door down.
Are you sure that was me?
That was the other gentleman that kicked my door down after they kicked it down.
Is your door kicked down right now, though?
They kicked it down. They tore down pictures and they tore out the screen.
If it was kicked down, we'd be inside. That makes sense.
Don't act stupid. You don't understand the rules. That's ridiculous. It's only fair to use the word.
I'm asking you what's going on.
The cameras. There's cameras rolling. There's cameras rolling.
Where? Tell me where they're at.
Especially for the officer who tore down my door.
Well, tell me where they're at so we can make sure we get that as evidence.
I have plenty of evidence.
Exactly, and now we'd like to see that, because if we're in the wrong, Hey, so if we have all this evidence,
You ain't got no work.
Stop the video here at 2:02:14. Officer Chernak, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibits 68, 69, 70, and 71. We looked at these on Friday. Are those fair and accurate still shots from that video we just watched here?
Yeah, these are stills from the video.
And who do they depict?
Sergeant Flores.
All right. At this time, defense moves to admit exhibits, thank you, sir. 68, 69, 70, and 71. I'll tender to the state for inspection.
No objection to offenses 68 through 71.
All right, they're admitted?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So showing you first Defense Exhibit 68. What's the timestamp at the top of this picture here?
2:02:11.
So in the video, this is right before Sergeant Flores begins shooting, right?
Up,
Does that look right?
it could be, I'm not sure exactly what time.
Sure. And the next picture may help you here. Defense Exhibit 69. You ever seen Sergeant Flores' face look like that?
I can't say I have.
Same question for Defense Exhibit 70. Ever seen his face look like that before? And just for the record, Defense 70 is at 2:02:13, so just within a couple seconds, the first still I showed you, right? And then lastly, Defense Exhibit 71 at 2:02:13, still within 2 seconds. Ever seen Alfred Flores' face look like that before?
No, sir.
Pretty genuine expression of fear. Do you agree?
I would guess, yes.
Thank you, Officer Chernak. I have nothing further. I'll pass the witness.
Would you, is it,
May I apologize to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sure.
Members of the jury, since the defense has just passed, it would be appropriate to go ahead and take a lunch break at this time. Let's give it about an hour and 5 minutes. It's 12:42, so let's make it 1:45. All right, we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, jury.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this open court midday update. I'm calling it midday because they just broke for lunch, the jury. And if you've been following along, thank you for joining us again for day 7 of the San Antonio police officers or former police officers trial. There's 3 of them on trial. We are here at just outside the Cadena Reeves Justice Center, in between the Justice Center and the Paul Elizondo building in this breezeway area, but it's on the 4th floor of this building where that trial is taking place in the 379th District Courtroom. It's being presided by Judge Rangel. If you have been following along, thank you. But those who haven't, I kind of want to get y'all up to speed on this trial. Those 3 former SAPD officers are on trial for the shooting of Melissa Perez back on June 23rd, 2023. Now, she was having what was said to be a mental health crisis. This all started because she had cut the fire alarm system and caused a significant amount of damage at that time. Fire department first responded. They noticed the damage. She told them she cut it. They could tell she was kind of talking erratically and that there was some, inconsistency with what she was saying. It was when police responded that things started to elevate as far as the tension of what was going on. When they started to ask her about her mental health, she got upset and she eventually walks away from police officers after she asked if she's being arrested and they tell her no. She goes into her apartment. Now things kind of calmed down. They tried to get her out. They didn't. But eventually things would escalate after they realized she caused more than $2,000 worth of damage, which was a criminal mischief charge, a felony charge. So they were given the order to then go back and to arrest her. But when they did, that's when things escalated, and those 3 former officers ended up shooting her through her patio. They were on her patio and they shot at her from behind after she swung a hammer at one of them. Those 3 officers, former officers, Alfred Flores, Eleazar Alejandro, and Nathaniel Villalobos are all charged in this case. Flores and Alejandro are charged with murder, while Villalobos is charged with aggravated assault by a peace officer. Now, these are all first-degree felony charges, so they bear the same weight as far as punishment if found guilty. If they convicted, they face anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison. So that's the background on this case. This started actually a week from last Friday. So like I said, we are in day 7, but we've only seen 5 witnesses so far. We heard from the custodian of records of SAPD, who kind of just came in, authenticated that these were the 911 calls, this was the body cam footage. Then we heard from the San Antonio Fire Department captain, who was at first on scene, took some video of her. You kind of see that first time of how her mental state was. She was talking about how she owned the building and that she was concerned about things going on there. And then we have Officer Jesus Rojas, Getting over a little cold here, so bear with me. Officer Jesus Rojas was the first responding officer on scene. He was the one that initially talked to her where she ran away from. He was on the stand for like 3 days, it felt like. I think that's correct. He was on the stand for 3 days. In it, you hear just kind of the mentality or the lack of what was being done by officers at the time. This whole call was around 2 hours long that they were dealing with her. Officer Rojas kind of spoke about the demeanor and how they, just really didn't do much at the time, and it wasn't until the other officers responded to the scene. Now, the other 2 witnesses that were called up, Officer Jonathan Salinas and Officer Andrew Chernick, these 2 officers are very important to this case, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute, but I want to first talk about Officer Jonathan Salinas. These are the takeaways so far. Those two witnesses, very important. Not so much for the state, I would like to say, more important for the defense, because when Officer Salinas was on the stand last Thursday, and it was late in the afternoon, so it wasn't really caught at the time, but in his testimony, he told jurors, and I'm going to read it on Thursday, that he said the prosecution told him that Perez would have been well within her rights if she killed him as he attempted entry into her apartment. In response, Salinas told the court that he believed he was within his rights to go in and arrest her in her apartment. This kind of threw the whole trial for a loop. So Friday morning they come in, they re-examine what he just said, and it's basically the defense was then asking for a mistrial, saying that they had no idea, he didn't believe in that state's theory of this case, that he didn't have the right to be there. And he was said it again. He was upset by that. He said that he felt like his life was in danger when she swung a hammer toward his head, is what he said. And they played that video again. He kind of reiterated what he first thought. But then they, called the jury out of the trial, which you'll see a lot. They'll call the jury out. These are called hearings outside the jury's presence. We still are live streaming those as well, so you can hear those when they do occur. But during that, he was granted immunity, which means that he was appointed an attorney on his behalf because he felt that he was in the right and didn't want to criminally say that he did something wrong. It's kind of what the state was implying there. So when they came back, he ended up invoking his Fifth Amendment right, and he was later excused from the stand. Now, the state wanted some of that testimony that he said to be kind of strucken from the record, which means that he wanted the judge to advise the jury to not consider what he said. But the judge did not grant that mistrial, and he did not grant that from the state as well. So it was very close. I want to say it was very close on Friday for this case to end up in a mistrial. Now, we have Officer Chernick on the stand, Andrew Chernick, and he was also one of those responding officers on the scene that night. And he comes on Friday, late Friday, and he says that there was a plan that was come up with Sergeant Alfred Flores at the time, and the plan was to detain her. They were going to go in, they were going to kind of distract her into a back room from another angle, and then go in because they believed that the patio door was unlocked. Well, he said he was kind of set up toward the back end where that bedroom door was to keep an eye on her, and he said before he knew it, shots were fired. He said obviously the plan didn't go as expected, but he did not see what happened when that took place. So he oftentimes during cross-examination, even this morning, he's like, I can't Monday morning quarterback a situation that I did not see. And so there was also some talk this morning of giving him an attorney as well to see if his rights would be violated. He had that attorney there, but not one was called in this morning. I think one was called in late Friday to kind of sit next to him to help him out if he had any questions. I do want to kind of go over some more of what he said this morning. He said that he can't say what they did was right or what was wrong. So he is kind of being just down the line even keel here, and he didn't with the plan that he was asked about having a shield in his car, and he said he didn't, but that he didn't use it that night. And he said with the plan that we were trying to get into the window with the shield, it would have been cumbersome. He talked more about Alfred Flores' demeanor, because it sounds like he was the officer in charge of the scene at the time, and he said he wasn't amped up. It was, a plan that thought out, and that he just didn't see what happened. He didn't know at the time that Perez had swung a hammer again at officers. So testimony is not done with Chernick. When we come back, defense has finished their cross-examination, but the state gets to rebuttal that now. I keep getting asked, how long is this trial going to last? How long is this going to last? It's going to be a while. If a mistrial is not granted, we are going to be here for several more weeks. I would expect this to go through as slow as we've been going with testimony into early November, possibly, at least through the end of October. So at least a couple more weeks of trial. Again, we are in day 7. It will be another full week of testimony. The jury was just let out right now for a lunch break. They are expected to resume this afternoon at 1:45. Again, Officer Chernick is still on the stand. They may be able to call up at least one other witnesses. It depends if they start on time this afternoon, what we'll see. But I expect a lot of the same this week. A lot of slow going, a lot of testy back and forth between the state and the defense, who I would say from just my observations, what the defense, is almost implying in their questioning is they feel they have the state's back against the wall, and that they are showing that even some of their own witnesses can't prove their theory on this case. Now, again, it will be up to that jury, if it gets to the jury, to decide if these men will be convicted or found not guilty. You can stay with KSAT 12 and KSAT.com for all the latest. We are live streaming on our digital platforms. I know there was a little outage today, so right now you can only, see it on YouTube, but we are putting that stream within the web article on KSAT.com as well. As long as this thing is going, we'll provide you with those updates. We'll have another full update today at 5 and 6. So thank you for joining us now, and come back at 1:45 as the trial continues.
jury. You may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. I anticipate we'll go for about another hour, then we'll take a little bit of an extended break, and then we'll come back and conclude the rest of the day. All right, so where we left state, we were at your...
Your question, Councilman. No, I think I've got the disc in the exhibit itself. Good afternoon, Officer Chairman. Now, before the lunch break, you recall council playing you some video from an Officer Lamb and an Officer Neary,
Yes, sir.
okay? And you recall who they were talking with when they showed you the video? What officer were they talking with?
I believe it was Officer Gomez.
Okay. And what's that, the first one of this? All right, we're gonna go to that same Officer Lamb's body cam. I'm gonna go back over that same portion of video. Starting Officer Lamb, which is states, correction, Officer Lamb, which is defenses 31. For the record, we are starting it at 015838. To try to move it forward to where they are talking with Officer Gomez.
let's hit our right hand. Let's see her right hand.
All right, and so you recall that stanza of the video that council showed you earlier?
Yes, sir.
Now, and he also asked and testified that representation that Officer Gomez makes, Officer Lamb and or Neary could rely on.
As far as what he was telling them?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they should.
Okay. That ability to rely on it, it's important. Is it not?
I have to be able to rely on the people that I'm working with. Makes the difference whether or not I go home or not.
Yes, sir. And you also recall they showed you portions of Officer Alejandro's video. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And who was the officer Alejandro was looking at when they showed you segments of his body cam?
He was talking to a couple of them. Can you be a little more specific?
Okay. He was looking. How many female officers were out there that day?
I don't know. I know there was at least one.
Okay. Who was that?
Maria Salinas. There may have been more.
Okay. Showing you what has already been admitted into evidence as states 2, Officer Alejandro's body-worn camera. About 015145. For the record, Your Honor, we're off states 2 at approximately 0151:45 seconds.
We miss you. It's personal. Is this apartment, right? 3102? Yeah, right. I just moved you down so they get down. Just get back.
You're trespassing, you ain't got no work. You ain't got no work.
Just hold what you got, Maria. Villalobos, were you able to jump back?
I don't give a fuck, you ain't got no work.
No, because we can't get there. There's no point in taking it.
Come on, I'm gonna give the maintenance guy really quick before we go over and grab it, all right? Look at the shield.
Jump now. Now. Jesus, guy. There's no point in tasing her, bro, because how are we gonna go hands on?
Yeah. No.
The door's unlocked?
It's unlocked. That's what I was telling you.
Sergeant knows?
I was trying to tell you how to tell him that. What door's unlocked?
This door's unlocked.
You unlocked it?
Yes, it's unlocked. Let me look at him. I don't think he knows it's unlocked.
And then yes. And I apologize for the pause. Are you going to continue to play?
The rat? Shoot him.
Just in case.
Hey, that door is unlocked, sorry. This door right here is unlocked.
Yeah, but that door's locked, just open, we've got behind her. Huh?
We have to pray on
Well, that's what I'm saying, but, and then if we see her drunk, officer, why did officers come to this location in the first place?
And for the record, I've advanced it to approximately 01:56:27. Correction, 01:56:17.
What did we come here for in the first place? That's what I'm asking, why are we here in the first place? Why did officers come to this location in the first place? No. They tore the door down once they were already here, okay? I'm asking what happened before that made them come here. Okay.
When this was happening, when you guys told they told us not to. So he doesn't want us to show up. No, he doesn't want us to take like a primary role like this. Because then if he does become a call out, I'm stuck here and I can't talk to him on whatever I do. I know, bro.
Let me talk to you about this, okay?
I know.
No matter what happened, okay? Whether they kicked the door in, whatever happened, okay? No, but listen, I don't think listen, okay? It doesn't indicate the fact. It doesn't indicate the fact. Okay. I heard what you had to say.
See that? Yeah, that's me.
You didn't harass my wife.
No. And fucking Salinas was the first one up here. She down on me. I saw her go out. No,
You think that's right? You think that's respect? They ain't got no words to turn my door down.
she was like ready.
That's your experience.
So that's what you're
Okay, what section of the law is that? Yeah. Oh, the section. That's not true at all. Okay. So I'm asking you to come out and talk with us peacefully. Okay? Well, I didn't tear your door down. I just got
Shining the light in his face along with mine, and then turning my screen down. That's harassment.
Okay, so would you like to come out and talk to us?
No.
Okay. So you're gonna make us go in.
You don't got a warrant?
I don't need one. I've already explained that to you.
And I'm explaining to you, you need a warrant.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the judge has to say about it. Okay? We'll figure it out at that point. Well, like I said, one way or another, what's gonna happen is gonna happen. Okay? I'm trying to explain the law to you so that this doesn't go, so that this doesn't escalate.
You don't gotta explain it all, you need to follow the law.
So before this has to get complicated, can you please just come out so we don't have to use force or anything like that?
No,
Why not?
because I already know what's gonna happen.
And so if it's gonna happen regardless, what's gonna happen easier?
I'm pausing it at 0:51:45. My apologies to the court. I'm trying to find the specific section. Where? I apologize, I always played through at 1:55, approximately 1:55 in some seconds. Now, where are you yourself while all this activity is happening at the window? Are you down at the second bedroom?
I've been going back and forth.
All right. Do you recall did you see Officer Villalobos jump over that banister?
No, I did not.
And go back to Officer Salinas' body cam. Yes. the record of Officer Salinas' footage, you're starting approximately 01:51:03.
They assaulted me. They assaulted me.
What's up, son?
Going around. Okay, hold on, they're getting the maintenance done. Can you unlock it? No, I don't. Shut up. Talk, you can't. She's coming.
Hey, watch out. Hey,
Hey! You're harassing and trespassing.
Yeah, she has
You're trespassing.
just get back. Can sergeant do it?
You're trespassing. You ain't gotta work.
Just wait.
You ain't got no work.
Just hold. You got Maria? Yeah, those are able to.
Fight me. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gotta work.
We got it out. Come on,
And I'm gonna go back again to 01:51. Okay? When he jumps at 01:51:36. All right? And then go to the speed settings, play it slow. I want to play it slow. 20%. Slowest possible. he jumps out. Stop it. And Your Honor, I would move to defense 28, which is Officer Chernak's body-worn camera. I'm going to go to approximately 01-51-36. Now, again, would you say again to the jury, where are you standing at in relation to the officers at the window?
The officers that are up here off the left, or excuse me, at the right, are the officers that are up at the porch.
Okay.
I'm down at the corner bedroom.
Okay. And we played starting at about 01-51-36 for approximately a minute forward. You recall those, me announcing those timestamps?
I remember you saying them up.
All right, let's play your body cam. At 01-52-01. Did you hear collection of officers yell, "Hey"?
I heard the yelling, but I didn't know what was going on.
I understand. If you think back to that time frame when, from Officer Salinas, you recall that yelling, "Hey," when Villalobos was inside the patio?
Yes.
Okay. So you yourself don't know what happened?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And on cross-examination, Mr. Cifuentes, he played Officer Salinas representing on Officer Alejandro's body cam, and he made a movement with his fingers and asked you if Officer Alejandro could have relied on Officer Salinas's representation of the distance that and the threat Officer Villalobos was presented with. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You watched all of Officer Salinas's body cam. Did you see Ms. Perez swing at Officer Villalobos at all?
In the video?
Yes, sir.
I know she moved up towards the window, but I
Yes, sir.
wasn't able to.
We'll go back to States 10, Officer Salinas' body cam, and play 01-5136.
But like I said,
I understand, yes, sir. Yes, I understand. Play. Play it.
No, I don't. Shut up. Oh, you can't. She's coming.
Hey, watch out. Hey,
Hey! You're harassing your trespassing. Yeah, she has.
Pause it, and I want you to go back to that first entry again and play it slow. 01-5136, and play it slow. For the record, I'm pausing at 01-5201. And I will ask you, from what you just viewed of Officer Salinas' body cam, did you see Ms. Perez swing at Officer Villalobos?
I did not.
So, but under the question posed by Mr. Cifuentes, an officer can rely on what is reported by their fellow officer. Remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And I agree. You have to be able to rely on the information conveyed by your fellow officers. My question is, should that information be accurate?
Accurate information is always the best.
Yes, sir.
But
Thank you, sir. Because if it is inaccurate or misleading, could mistakes happen?
yeah, mistakes can. But they can also happen with accurate information too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What was it that caused you and your fellow officers to respond to apartment 3102 that night? What was it that caused you to respond?
We were dispatched with the E-tone.
Okay.
The
It was the
officer in
E-tone
trouble.
to come to who's, for what officer?
Officer Jonathan Salinas.
And what did you understand caused the E-tone initiated by Officer Jonathan Salinas?
He said he'd been assaulted.
Okay. Do you know any of the facts on the assault, the circumstances that caused the assault by Officer Salinas?
No.
On Officer Jonathan Salinas?
No, I did not.
Do you know if it happened outside of the apartment and then Ms. Perez ran into the apartment?
I don't have any knowledge of the actual events until I got there.
Okay. Do you know if the assault occurred in the utility closet where the fire alarm had been damaged and then she retreated to her apartment?
I do not.
Were you relying on the representation of Officer Jonathan Salinas in your response?
Yes.
Last week, also on Mr. Correction, I think it may have been Mr. Goss's cross-exam. Do you recall Mr. Goss questioning you about an old man, a guest in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe he asked the question, he asked you if you knew he was there, would that be an exigence, would that create exigent circumstances?
If knowing that he was in there?
Yes, sir.
That would have changed how we responded.
Well, and I recall, and you tell me if this is what you recall saying, I wrote down, you said, if there is no threat to anyone else, then she is a barricaded subject. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, and again, you didn't know that there was a guest there. Did you hear anyone say that there was a threat to anybody else besides Officer Salinas?
No. Nobody, like I said, I didn't know if there was anyone else in the apartment.
Okay. But you did say, if there's no threat to anyone else, then Melissa Perez is a barricaded subject.
Yes, sir. At least by policy, that's how we're to handle it.
Okay. And if she's a barricaded subject, what else does policy direct your officers in your department to do?
At that point, we have to notify a supervisor, and they'll make the determination what we do next.
Okay. Your Honor, we're going to State's Exhibit number 7. Should be the second, Officer Ramos's second body-worn camera clip. No, that's the first. My apologies to the court for not having my notes in better order. And we are playing at approximately 01:50:34.
You gonna make things more difficult, or you?
No, I didn't make them difficult. Do you have a word, Sergeant Flores? Do you have a word?
But I'm asking you, are you gonna come out for us?
Do you have a word?
I'm not here to negotiate.
No, do you have a word?
No, we don't. And we don't
Okay, so you can't come in.
You assaulted one of my officers?
No, I didn't. They assaulted me.
So I'm gonna ask you one last time.
They
Are
assaulted
you
me.
gonna feel comfortable?
They assaulted
Okay, what do you want? That's what I'm saying, bro.
Windows, so there's all three windows right there. Yeah. One person that's in there, there's a old man, one's better.
Oh, there's somebody else in there?
Yeah, just going in.
Okay, what about the screen?
They're all screen window.
And we're pausing at 01:51:30. Okay, so this is Officer Ramos's body cam. Did you hear him say to Sergeant Flores, there's an old man in the room, and Sergeant Flores respond, there's somebody else in there?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay, and so, and again, you were away, you didn't know about this. So, we now know there's someone else in the apartment. And if there was a threat to that someone else, would that be a basis to go in?
Yes.
Okay. But again, as you said, and this is all you know, if there is no threat to anyone, then she is a barricaded subject.
Objection, I would object to leading, and honestly, that's ridiculous interpretation of the law. I'll bring back the law up there, we'll go through it with Officer Chernak like we did on Friday.
I'll sustain the leading objection.
Okay. The statement I just made, is that what you said in response to Mr. Goss's cross-exam last Friday?
Yes.
your collective experience with all your departments, do patrol officers routinely force entry into a residence?
Object to what other departments may do. That's not relevant.
You can rephrase.
All right. In the 20 years you've served in the San Antonio Police Department, 20 plus years, excuse me, do patrol officers routinely force entry into residences?
And I would object because policies historically have changed from year to year, and it's not law.
I'm asking off of his personal experience.
The defense will have an opportunity to cross out overrule.
I'm sorry.
In the 20 plus years you've served in the San Antonio Police Department, do patrol officers routinely force entry into residences?
Not routinely. I mean, it's not like something that we would be doing every day if the need arises.
On cross-examination by Mr. Nesbitt, you answered, you had the exigency of someone who had run from the police or attacked police. That would be an exigency.
That would be, if you assault a police officer, it's a felony. We're
Yes, sir.
allowed to enter
Yes, sir.
if we're in pursuit.
Yes, sir. And then later on with Mr. Newman, you testified it was the intent of the officers was to get into the apartment to take Ms. Perez into custody. And do you recall saying you wanted to prevent needless escalation?
We always want to get it, with the least amount of resistance.
Okay, I understand that. It's never the intent, but is it possible that that entry can cause escalation?
Again, there's variables that there could be a lot of variables in that too, as far as what causes them to respond. She knew we were the police. She knew we were there. It wasn't a surprise. Usually, if we go through a door, it's usually because we've gone in there fast and they don't know who we are. They were asleep or something like that, and we woke them up, and that's usually where we get a lot of the fighting until they find out who we are.
Yes.
That's just an example.
Yes, sir. No further questions, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Judge. May I proceed?
Yes.
Officer Chernak, hi again. Good to see you this week. Yeah, you want microphone?
Thank you.
Yes. All right. So, I want to clear up a few things. I guess I want to start with not routinely, right? It's not routine that this kind of situation has happened. You would agree with that?
No, they are not routine.
Right. It's also not routine, in your experience, that somebody tries to kill you with a hammer.
It's not an everyday occurrence.
Not an everyday occurrence. Or use any other weapon against you, right? But it does happen.
It does happen, yes.
That's right. But, I mean, thankfully, so far in the society we have here, that's not happening to you every day, right?
No, sir.
Right. So, just because something is not routine does not mean that it's wrong or bad or anything like that. Do you see what I mean? Right. Well, let me ask you this. If somebody is only trying to attack you with a hammer 3 times a year, and you go into the place that they're attacking you to try to arrest them 3 times a year, it's not routine, but that's still justified, those 3 times. Does that make sense?
As long as it's within, we have a legal right to be there.
That's right. And in this case, you had a legal right to be there, is what you said.
Yeah.
Okay. So, because I kind of want to get to, I was thinking about our conversation last week, and so I want to do it a little bit different. I don't want you to speculate on stuff. I want you to talk about your training and your experience.
Okay.
Right? Because your training and your experience will tell you, if this thing happened, then I have to respond, or I can respond like this, right?
Yes.
And that's a form of speculation, but it's also in your training and experience. So I'm going to be asking you, based on your training and experience, different scenarios and what your training tells you that you can do or what you should do. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And but first, since we're talking about your training experience, I want to clear up this barricaded subject, because the prosecutor, what he did was he said, well, if they're not a threat to anyone there, then they're a barricaded subject. Now, you are, Mayor Pro?
Yes.
Because we got to go through it again. And this isn't anything on you, I'm responding to them. Defense 42. So, Defense 42, we kind of talked about. This lays out, different, like, leave or respond. And by respond means, continue to go in, continue to try to make the arrest. So we talked about a barricaded subject is your leave part, and that's what the prosecutor is trying to suggest. But it's if somebody is alone, right? That's what we're talking about. They're alone.
Okay.
Right? You agree with that?
Yes.
That's what your training says. Your training says non-criminal, meaning they have not committed any crimes. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Your training says they're suicidal, meaning that they only want to harm themselves. Right?
Yes.
And your training says they're possibly armed, which we talked about. You don't know if they're armed or not, but they're possibly armed, but you don't know. That just means you haven't confirmed that they are armed. Right?
Correct.
Right? Because
correct.
Possibly means it's not confirmed. That's a barricaded subject. And that's where your policy and that's where your training tells you, okay, rather than us go in and risk our lives on somebody who is only a threat to themselves, we will leave. However, if they're not suicidal, and we talked about it, she was not suicidal, she was...
You want me to say homicidal?
Well, do you agree with it?
She was angry, yes.
Yes, and made a homicidal attack on officers that you saw.
Okay.
On camera, right?
Yes.
And that's the other thing too. I know there were things that you didn't see that night, but now you have seen. And so when I ask you, I'm not necessarily asking you from your perspective of Officer Chernak on that night. It's Officer Chernak on the witness stand. So let's talk about, do you see what I mean? Like the things you've seen, you can incorporate now into your answers. So, she was homicidal. Did she commit crimes that you saw?
Yes, she had assaulted an officer.
With one with a hammer and a candle, right? Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. She was not alone.
After a long debate, I just found out.
Sure. And that goes to my point, which is, because this whole thing here is not about what your actions on that night. It's about theirs. So it's about what they understood and what they know. And you know now that Sergeant Flores knew that she was not alone, right?
Yes.
Because you heard people telling him on the body cam that she was not alone.
Yes.
And you know for a fact she was armed.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, no matter what they say over here, you would agree that that is a situation you cannot leave?
No.
No, you don't agree, or no?
No, we could not walk away.
You could not walk away. And the reason you cannot walk away is because what the prosecution said is that they made this term not a threat to anyone. But we've established the fact that if there is anyone in there at all with her acting like that, she's a potential threat to that person, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. That's the whole alone, not alone. Not alone, it doesn't matter if you've seen her doing this to him or threatening him, you have to assume that that threat exists, right?
To some degree.
Right, because you can't walk away and just guess like, I hope she doesn't do anything bad to the guy. You have to make sure that this person is safe, if she's in there with any person. Man, woman, child, right?
Yes.
Elderly, bedridden, youngest child, middle-aged man, sitting in a recliner. You can't leave her there with the hammer acting the way she's acting if she's exhibiting all those things, including the criminal behavior, right?
Yes, sir.
So, your training and experience tells you have to go in, right?
It tells me that we need to.
It tells you need to. It would tell them that they need to, because they've had the same training and experience that you have, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
right?
I don't know about the experience, but the training, yes.
That's right. He has had more experience, I agree. You've had more experience, and that's that's why I think it's important that the jury understands from your experience that what you are saying is what they did, deciding that they have to go in and get her, is something that you would do with your training and experience, right? I'm not saying the exact way they did it, but you would, whatever way y'all decided, somebody had to go in and get her and make an arrest on this subject, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I want to kind of go to a question that gets asked a lot. And since you've had so much training and experience, you've been on the job for a long time. And I bet you've gotten this question too. People say, why don't you just shoot him in the arm? Why don't you just shoot him in the leg? Why don't you just shoot him in the hand that had the hammer? Have you heard questions like that before?
Yeah.
Is that a reasonable thing for an officer to do?
No.
No, it's not. Why?
When you're under stress, you can take someone out on the firing range and they can shoot 100%. Stand there, put all their rounds in an area like this. The percentage of whether, what happens when you're under stress, I've heard 30, I've heard 40%. But your accuracy diminishes under stress. You start losing the use of your fine motor skills, and it just becomes basically either muscle memory or a gross motor skill. And, when you're under stress and you're trying to aim for an area like an arm, the odds of missing it are much higher, as opposed to shooting center mass.
Right, and so just to demonstrate, may I stand up in the well, Judge?
Yes.
So just to demonstrate, like my arm, your area that you can hit is like that big on my arm, right? I mean, I got a circle that's maybe 2 inches around. Your area that you can hit here, and especially, somebody bigger guy, like your area here, this is where it's at, right? Like this is where, if you're under stress and you're firing, you want to stop the threat. That's the whole point.
Correct.
Okay. And trying to shoot a hammer out of somebody's hand in a dot like this, that could be an extremely difficult shot, right?
That would be an difficult shot for even some of the SWAT guys under stress.
Right. Even a marksman would have a hard time doing that. Because I think on the movies, you just see them go ding, 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 and they shoot everywhere that they're aiming, right?
Yes.
But in real life,
it doesn't happen that way.
Doesn't happen like that. And in fact, Alejandro, he's basically standing a couple of feet from her and he shoots 5 rounds at her and none of them hit her at all the first time when she first comes through to do that, right?
I don't know where
you didn't see that?
No, I did not.
Well, so I'll tell you that in the videos, she comes through once and there's that first round because you didn't see, but you heard that there was a first round of volleys.
Yes, sir.
And then a second round, right?
Yes, sir.
That first round, Alejandro is shooting because she comes at Flores with the hammer. She hits the window, glass is flying everywhere at both of them, and he's trying to shoot her, and he misses. all those shots. But in your experience, that's, glass flying in your face while you're trying to make a shot and all of those other things, and especially high stress. In your experience, that would be something that you would expect, because because officers trying to fire in that situation is more difficult, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So that's why we don't train officers to just shoot her in the leg so we can disable her so we can go in. Y'all would never be trained to do that.
No.
Right. You would only be trained that if you have to use deadly force, in your training experience, you have to use deadly force when you're presented with deadly force, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you have to use deadly force, you have to shoot center mass on the person to stop it.
That's what we're trained, yes, sir.
Right. And that's what they would have been trained, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that's the same training that all police officers you know of would have.
I've been through several different classes, and
Right, because the purpose is...
That's the whole, that's the whole point of, because this is a much larger area and able to allow for that I don't want to call it, but to take into account for that stress level.
Right, and also officers, I guess, do y'all commonly train on moving targets, or do you train on like stationary targets?
Everything we've done that I can remember for the last several years has been pretty much a stationary target.
Right, somebody that's standing right like this, well, a silhouette. Paper target, standing like this, or maybe like a bad guy with a mask on or something, but whatever it is, it's just a stationary target.
Yes.
In this situation, you would agree that she made herself a moving target all over the place, right?
Yeah, she was moving around in the apartment, yes.
That's right. And so, and everything that you've seen is that every time she has come forward with a hammer towards the officer, she's been like moving at least in that direction, right?
Yes.
So I kind of want to, there was some conversation on the video about the maintenance guy, and it was, about the key. One of the interesting things you would agree, maybe you wouldn't agree it's interesting, but one of the things I saw on your body cam was after all of this happened, you had to go help them, like I used some kind of tool to help them pry
the Leatherman.
A Leatherman. So you had a Leatherman on you, and you were helping them pry that door open, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree that even if somebody had a key in that front door on the other side and tried to open the door, it wasn't going to open?
I don't think that door was going to open, because you saw us flipping the knobs and it wasn't opening.
Right, because it was an unlocked door at the time that you were prying on it, and it was still stuck shut.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, that just goes back to your experience. You said, well, somebody must have kicked it. You didn't know, but you just knew based on your experience of how the door was doing that somebody must have kicked it.
I had an idea.
Yep, and you're right. You almost came and kicked it a couple of times, and they couldn't get it open.
Where
are we at that time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I got a matter I got to take up. I'm going to give y'all 30 minutes. All right, it'll be an extended break.
All right, for the jury.
All right for the jury? Seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. When we last left off, defense, we were at your...
Yes, thank you, Judge. Yeah, Officer Trinity, kind of talking with you about what was going on that night. I know one of the things that you said a few times was that from your vantage point, we kind of saw like, you could see some of them reacting and you could hear the shots. But you were kind of looking in that window down that lighted hallway when everything really was going on over here, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then, we've heard from Officer Rojas, we've heard from Officer Salinas, and they were, I guess, a little bit closer to where the things were. You would agree with that? From what you've seen?
I don't know where Officer Ramos was, but I know Officer Rojas was standing behind me.
Right, so, Rojas, at the time this was going on, he was kind of behind you at the window?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. No, that's good. So really though, like, what you have seen is like, there were two other sergeants that were there on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And Maria Salinas was over there, right there where everything was happening, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then Travis Thompson, Vince Gomez, those are people that were kind of standing around that window when this action is going on.
You mean the porch?
Yeah, the porch. And then, yeah, they were standing at the porch, and then there was that window right there on the porch, and then the door with the glass.
Right.
Right. So really, like, I think what I gathered from your testimony in total is, and I've appreciated you talking to us about the training experience and what that means, but as far as like I witnessed about what was happening at the time, the state should be calling those witnesses to talk about those things. You agree with that?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Well, I guess the people who would have the better perspective would be those witnesses who were there. I think you can agree with that.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so because one of the things that Mr. Harris went through with you on redirect is he was, I guess, trying to make the point that maybe that Officer Villalobos was not being threatened at with a hammer when he had his head in the window and he was trying to unlock the door. You remember talking to him about that?
Yes.
Okay. But I guess I want to talk to you maybe, and I don't know, so you're going to tell me if you've had this training or not. But you, obviously, your career predates body cams, right?
Yes, sir.
By a lot, you would say.
Quite a few years, yes.
So I think that y'all, because honestly, my prosecution career, when I started as a lawyer, predates body cams. And I think that they really started implementing them around 2015. Is that maybe a little bit before?
I think it was more like 2017, 2016, somewhere in there.
Right, and I think maybe 2015 they started it with maybe the DWI people first, and then it went.
Now, DWI had their cameras.
Right.
They've always had cameras.
But they were in the car, like they had dash cams.
They had the dash cams, and then we got the Coban in our cars 2010, 2011, something like that.
Right, and then as body cams come in, and then it started, I think, smaller with the people who are, DWIs are pretty important because you're dealing with somebody and you're trying to get them on the road and do all that. And then it goes full department-wide. Every officer now, under policy, have to have a body cam.
Yes, sir.
And y'all are trained on them as well.
Yes, sir.
Now, so you can tell me, because I don't always know, but the body cam training that you have tells you some specific things about a body cam, one of them being that the body cam is not a replacement for the human eye. Have you had that training?
I got my newest one, this one, while I was out on light duty, so I never went to training on it.
Okay.
So, but it's been several years since I've had that training, so I don't remember exactly what they.
I guess, have you ever seen in your experience, because as an officer, if you make an arrest or whatever else, you go back and review your body cam when writing your report, don't you?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And have you ever seen in that experience that your eye was seeing something that the body camera cannot, because of the lighting, because of various other factors?
There's also, I'm looking in a direction different from the camera.
Right, and that's what I was going to tell you. Judge, may I use the well?
Yes.
So, assuming this is a body cam, you're kind of wearing yours down here, kind of mid-torso, right? And so, that body cam is always pointed in the direction of your torso, right?
Correct.
But your head can be pointed in a different direction from your torso.
Yes.
Right, and that's what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So the body cam is also, it's fixed down here, but your eyes are fixed up here, right?
Yes, sir.
So the body cam is going to have a different angle. So if you have a body cam that's, that's at, I think it's 30-something degree angle or whatever, they can see there, your eyes up here can see different angles than what the body cam could here, right?
Yeah.
Well, sure, because it's just at a different vantage
Yeah.
point. So your eyes are taller, and it can see. A body cam may not be able to see over a railing because the railing is at the level of the body cam, but your eyes can see over the railing, right?
Yes, sir.
And so your eyes are going to be seeing something sometime that the body cam couldn't. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. And so, also, like I noticed several times when the body cam stopped, they would stop the body cam at a certain time and say, hey, Officer Chernak, do you know who this was and who this was? And you kind of had a hard time seeing who it was, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you were there that night, you easily recognized the officers that you knew while you were standing there talking to them,
Yes, sir.
right? I mean, if you'd never seen them before, you may not recognize them, but the ones you knew, as your eyes were there that evening, your eyes are able to recognize people that when you're looking at a body cam, you might not be able to. Right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because cameras respond to light in a different way than an eye would. And what I mean by that is your eyes can get used to the dark, right?
Yes.
And so you're in the dark, you can see the people, your camera may not see the people that you can see, right?
Yeah.
And I think we saw that when it was, you were trying to identify who it was. That wasn't your fault, it's hard to identify because the camera doesn't always show it in perfect vision. You agree?
Yes.
Okay, so in that same way, what we can see of all of these camera incidents that you've been shown, it is not in perfect, it doesn't have perfect clarity. It's not crystal clear vision. It's blurry. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. And unless you had eyes that needed like glasses and you didn't have the glasses, I mean, like right now, you were very blurry to me. When I put these on, I can see, right? You can assume that the officers who were there were not seeing that blurry image that you're seeing on the camera. They were actually seeing it with their true vision, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because when talking about whether the hammer swung the hammer or anything else, you did hear on that body cam where there was a question, did she have anything on her? And they said, yeah, she had the hammer. She almost hit you, dude. Did you hear that quote?
Yes.
And I guess that was Maria Salinas talking to Villalobos.
I'm not sure who.
Right, but you would assume, since he was the only one with his head in the window and he was the only one that backed out of it, that she almost hit you, dude, would have been Villalobos.
Okay.
Right? So, all of the officers who were talking about it, who all reacted to it, who all backed up, and all of those things, you would not assume, knowing, police officers, you would not assume that they had all gotten together in that instant to lie about seeing a hammer, right?
I would hope not.
Right. Well, it doesn't really make sense because they didn't even get to talk about it. They just all reacted to it and then immediately started saying, oh my gosh, she almost hit you with that. She had a hammer and you almost got hit, right?
Yes.
And it was kind of immediately after almost immediately after the incident, like it would happen. So, ultimately, if you have officers that you know and that you trust, and the body cam is blurry and can't necessarily show everything that they were seeing, you would still trust that they saw what they said they saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then ultimately that whole series of events, that wasn't the event, as you know, that wasn't the event that caused anybody to fire, right?
As far as I know, no.
Yeah, because you didn't see it or hear it on the camera, and then we kind of matched it up with your body cam, and when you see everybody go, whoa, 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 and they all back up, right? And there wasn't any shots fired at that time. You would agree with that?
No, there weren't any shots fired then.
That first time, whoa, 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 whoa. And then then we moved over and heard them say, well, yeah, she almost hit you with that hammer that she had. Right, okay. So, did you see her in that video using the television kind of as cover? Like she would get behind the television where you couldn't see her hands?
Yes.
Right. And when we talk about taser work, you know that an officer with a taser is going to have a hard time, you only basically have a head, right, at that point.
Yes.
Yeah. And so in other ways, have you seen suspects use potential obstacles as cover?
Yes.
Right? Like so, may I demonstrate, Judge?
Yes.
So this wouldn't be great cover for a guy my size, but like something like this, right? So if I am behind this, or if I am trying to conceal, what that's doing is it is cutting off center mass. Now you just have arms and maybe a side of the head, right? Now, you're in a situation.
I'm not getting any answers.
Oh, he said yes.
Oh, sorry. I'll speak up.
Do you need me to get another microphone?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'll speak up.
So, yes, if you could please, Officer Chernak. So, and this is important because I want you to talk about your training and experience. Because your training and experience says you don't shoot through a wall that you don't know what's on the other side of it. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. But if I am a suspect and you see me here armed, and you see me disappear behind this thing for a second, and you know that this is where I'm going to be, and you know I'm on the other side of it, and this is where you feel you can take your shot, you would shoot through this to get me, wouldn't you? You've seen me here armed, you've seen me running and trying to take cover, and you know what's on the other side of this, which is me, armed, trying to attack you.
Honest, to be really honest with you, I would have to, again, the variables would come into play. What's behind you?
Sure.
Is there something behind you that if I miss, because, as you know, I'm responsible for that bullet wherever it goes.
That's right.
So if it misses you and it hits that house behind you, or it hits a car or something like that.
Sure. But you've seen what's behind me, and there's nothing behind me. There's nothing behind me except, maybe a far back wall, but that wouldn't stop you. The possibility of it going through a far back wall wouldn't stop you from trying to, if I'm actively a threat and I momentarily disappear behind cover, wouldn't stop you from going through that cover to neutralize the threat if you believe that I was a threat to you.
And again, it's going to depend on what it is, because I doubt the bullet would go through that speaker.
That's right.
There's too much stuff in there.
Sure. It may not. But if
it may go through there, it may not, just depending on what's inside that box.
Sure. But if that's your thought, if your thought is that I'm a threat to you and I've momentarily appeared behind cover and this is where you have to shoot to try to neutralize the threat, you would do so. You would at least try to do so, knowing that there's nobody or nothing else behind you. Right?
As long as, again, we're speculating.
Yeah, I know.
And it would, again, it would depend on, is it daylight, is it nighttime, is it, are there people behind us? Is that a good backstop?
Right.
Or is it just a piece of, is it just a tarp?
Well, let's change it for a second, because what you're doing here doesn't really, let's just think about it for a second. If I'm here a threat to you, same backstop behind me, right? You would shoot me.
Because I have a bigger target.
Sure. But you would do that.
If I had to, yes.
If you thought I was a threat to you, a deadly threat to you, you would shoot me here.
Yes.
And you would not worry about where the bullets
Well,
went.
if, I'm still worried about my backstop.
Sure.
You know, what's behind you.
Sure.
That's something that, whether you're behind that or out in the open, I still have to worry about what's behind.
That's exactly right. So what I'm saying is really, this doesn't really change the difference between what's behind me. You would agree with that?
Again, we're back to, like I said, the variables that, whether I take that shot or not depends on how safely I can make it.
Whether you take this shot or not?
It doesn't do me any good to take a shot at someone who, who's like in this scenario. You have, a gun or something in your hand. It doesn't do me any good if I miss and I hit, somebody back there behind you.
That's true, but...
And that's what I have, so I have to take that into consideration every single time.
100%. But remember, your training experience, and this is what we're going with. When you're presented with a deadly threat, you have to respond with deadly force, right?
That's usually what happens, but
Sure.
again, we still have to, I have to take in everything as it's happening. I have to make that split-second decision.
That's right, and there's split-second decisions you have to make. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And so somebody who is reasonably in apprehension or reasonably fears that they're being presented with a deadly threat, I understand everybody knows you want to make sure that your backstop's okay, but an officer who sits and makes sure his backstop's okay while somebody's coming at him with a hammer and doesn't fire because they're worried about what happens back there can get killed. You would agree with that?
So can someone back there behind them.
That's right. That's right. But what I'm saying is your life is not worth... it's not worth dying for the possibility that somebody behind them is going to get shot. You would agree with that?
Again, it's what shot, and I also have the option to move.
You might have the option to move, or you might not.
But there's always that ability that I can move and get the better
shot.
Make sure that, where you're standing right now is just a tarp, but I can see that there's a brick wall over here. And I can move to my left or move to my right to get, then that's what I'm gonna do.
But what if you're trapped by a wall now and you can't move?
We can what if.
Well, you saw Salinas was trapped by that wall, is what I'm saying. He was trapped by the wall and he couldn't move, and he got hit with the projectile. So he couldn't move, right? So in that, we're talking about, that situation, you have a wall now, and you're scrunched up against that wall and you can't move. Do you let her hit you with the hammer?
Well, no.
Right. You shoot her, right?
But again, it's, he still has to, and like I'm not trying to Monday morning quarterback because that's not what I'm here to do.
Oh, of course not.
But I would still have to make sure that whatever is behind her, that it's not going to kill somebody. I don't want to have to live with shooting an innocent child.
Sure, 100%. And in this case, as you know, nobody else was shot except the person with the hammer. Right?
As far as I know, no one else was hit.
That's right. That's right. It probably would have been reported.
I would hope so by now.
Right. So, and I guess I want to get down to this point. I want to get down to this point with you, which is your training and experience tells you that when presented with deadly force, you respond with deadly force. That's what you've been trained to do. Yes. A person coming at you with a hammer is presenting you with deadly force.
Yes.
Yes. And so a response of deadly force is an appropriate response in that situation.
It would be, again, depending on the variables that I have at the time.
Right. Which is she's already tried to kill 2 officers with that hammer and now trying to kill you with it. You see what I mean? And she's coming at you with the hammer is the variables that you have in the situation. No one else is behind you guys because you've seen in there and you know that nobody else is there in that room, right?
And like I said before, even with my training and my experience, trying to what if this, like you're asking me to do, is difficult because there's those variables that can change in an instant. I may never be in that same situation that they were in.
I agree.
they may never be in a situation that I've been in. You know, even though a lot of these things happen, we could be in the exact same place.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And so, it really is, I know it's kind of, we're going back and forth with this situation versus training experience. But in your training and experience, and that's what I'm focused on, deadly threat met with deadly force, yes?
That is,
That's an answer, John.
I'll sustain.
The, they talked about entry can cause escalation. So, because I want to break that down, because if you need to enter, because there's an exigency and you have to enter, the fact that that upsets the person that you're trying to arrest, that doesn't mean you're escalating the incident. You see what I mean?
well, again, like I said, with every entry, there's also different variables. And no entry is ever going to be like the one you did before or the one you're going to do after that. Because the time, places, people, it all changes.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. You've had to arrest people before, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you had to handcuff them before, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if somebody said, when you're making a lawful arrest, if somebody came to you later and said, well, Officer Chernak, you know, you really made them madder by trying to handcuff them, what would you say?
Well, at that particular point, too bad.
Too bad. Because that's my point that I'm making, is too bad. That's not an escalation. If you're trying to handcuff a person and they get upset about the fact you're trying to handcuff them, you're not escalating the incident. That's not your fault, right?
No.
It's their fault, the person that's trying to resist arrest, right?
Yeah.
Right. And that's the idea, because when you heard on the video, she was yelling at the officers that she wasn't going to come out when they asked because she didn't want to be arrested, right?
Yes.
She was trying to stop herself from being arrested because she didn't want that, right?
That's what she said.
Right. And so to put it kind of in your terms, that's too bad that you don't want to be arrested. You have done these things and committed these crimes, and you are going to get arrested. That's basically what you would say.
I believe Officer Thompson was the one talking to her, or it may have been Sergeant Flores, one of them that was up there on the rail, told her this is going to happen.
Right. And that's what you would tell her if you were at the rail talking to her. Right?
Mm-hmm. I've actually told people we can do it one way or the other.
Right. I mean, and I know you have, and we actually know that that's how normal policing is. Like, just because you don't want to be arrested, I'm sorry for that, but we're not going to not arrest you because we're worried that will escalate the situation, right?
Not normally.
Right, because then all you'd be doing is giving the keys to the kingdom to the person who didn't want to be arrested, right?
In a matter of sense, yes.
Right. Please don't be upset about us arresting you. Oh, you're going to get upset. Okay, we'll just walk away. That's not how that works. If there's a lawful arrest, if they committed crimes that they should be arrested for, right?
No, we generally shouldn't be walking away.
You shouldn't. And that leads me to my other thing, right? Because, you know, in the general manual, I think section 200, 413, it says that there's a duty to take action. And I want to talk about that. You know that you have a duty to take action.
Yes.
And you know I don't have that duty. And the judge doesn't, and the prosecutors don't, and the jurors don't. We don't have a duty to take action. You do, because you're a police officer, you're a sworn police officer, swearing to uphold the laws of our city and our state, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your duty to take action, it says you have a duty to enforce, you have a duty to preserve the peace, you have a duty to protect lives and property, right?
Yes.
And it says you have a duty to arrest, if reasonably possible, any known felony offender and protect all persons and property from imminent harm. That's your duty under the general manual, right?
Yes.
And you have lived your life and your career upholding that duty to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
Right. So in a situation where we've talked about it and we've gone over it quite a few times. In a situation where, well, and let me ask you this, and if you didn't uphold your duty, if you said, I don't care, they committed felonies, I'm gonna walk away, I don't wanna get in a situation where, I sit in one of these seats, and you didn't uphold your duty, then you could be penalized for that, you could be punished for that at your job, right?
Dereliction of duty is a serious offense.
Dereliction of duty is a serious offense, and you've known officers who have, they get a call out, the dispatcher saying, hey, we need you to go to this scene, and they kind of stay at Whataburger and don't go, and, finish their meal or whatever, and that's got them in trouble, right?
Yes.
Right. So, you would agree with me that in a situation like that, all of you officers that were there at this scene had a duty to go in there and make that arrest? You agree with that?
I think I've testified that we had a duty to go.
That's absolutely right. And you have a right, you all have a right to go home to your families at the end of the day. You agree with that?
Asked and answered.
I haven't asked that.
Overruled.
And you all have a right to go home to your families at the end of the day. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
A duty to go in and a right to go home.
Yes.
All right, pass away.
Nothing further.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. I just have 3 defense exhibits. Defendant's Exhibit 72, 73, 74. They're discs of Maria Salinas' body cam videos as provided by the state, no alterations. For offense at this time.
You said no alternate?
Not altered.
Thank you.
We have no objection to those, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
I'll pass it.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions for us.
All right, the rules have been invoked, you know what that means?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Did you try again? You want to give me just a few minutes? Sure. Okay, you are, I think you are now.
All right, state, call your next witness.
It's called Yvonne Diaz.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is crime scene investigator Yvonne Diaz, spelled Y-V-O-N-N-E.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Sorry, Yvonne Diaz, Y-V-O-N-N-E, Diaz, D-I-A-Z.
All right, state.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Diaz, as a crime scene investigator, are you a civilian or are you a uniformed officer?
A civilian.
You're a civilian, and who do you work for?
I work for the SAPD crime scene unit.
How long have you worked with them?
14 years.
All in that capacity?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen about your training and your experience that made you qualified for this role.
Okay. So in order to first apply, you need a bachelor's degree, which I do hold. And then from there, once you're hired, you are given training for 3 months. And then after that, it's continuous on-the-job training.
And what kind of training and what kind of duties do you have as a crime scene investigator, and what kind of training have you had in relation to doing those duties?
Okay. So as far as my job duties, I'm there to collect, document, and preserve any items of evidence that's at a crime scene. My training consists of 3 months training on collecting evidence, photography, also courtroom testimony.
Okay. And in the time that you've been a crime scene investigator, have you had the opportunity to collect evidence from a variety of different crime scenes.
Yes.
And does each crime scene present certain challenges?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of challenges would be at a crime scene?
Challenge that will consist maybe the weather. We can have an outdoor crime scene and it'll start to rain. That would be a challenge.
All right. Are there efforts that you make and the people part of your team?
Yes.
Policies and procedures of the San Antonio Police Department to preserve a crime scene to the best way that one can?
Yes.
And what kind of steps are done to keep people maybe from walking through or rain from spoiling evidence and those other kinds of things?
So we have officers who are first on scene, preserve the crime scene using crime scene tape. Say if it's raining, then we would try as possible, fast as possible to conduct photography, also to place maybe markers and just collect the item. Sometimes it would happen so fast that if it's raining, we would rather preserve the evidence than it be washed away.
I want to draw your attention back to a crime scene that developed at the 6200 block of Old Pearsall Road on June 23rd, 2023. Do you recall responding to that crime scene?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I don't know what time I arrived at, but I know that I was dispatched around 1:45.
Okay, and what was the initial purpose that you were dispatched?
So I was originally dispatched for an officer who was assaulted and sustained an injury.
Okay, and as the crime scene investigator, what were you going there to do?
To take photos of that officer.
All right. And so when you arrived at the scene, what did you see? What was going on?
So when I arrived on scene, I saw a lot of patrol units in the parking lot. As soon as I got off, I encountered Sergeant Robertson, and once I encountered him, I spoke with him very briefly, stated to me that the scene was active. So whenever there's an active scene, because I am a civilian, I'm not allowed to carry or enter an active crime scene or a scene. So I went back to my vehicle and I waited.
Okay, and in that time that you were there in your vehicle, did something happen? Did you notice something, hear something?
I heard gunshots, and then I heard an officer get on the radio and request for EMS.
Okay, and in response to having heard that, what did you do? What action?
I stayed in my vehicle, and then I made contact with my supervisor, notifying him of what happened, that it appeared that maybe an officer-involved shooting took place, and that I would need assistance.
All right. This is about what time in the morning?
Around 2 in the morning.
Right. And when you were initially dispatched there, was it just you as far as the crime scene unit that was
Yes.
dispatched?
Yes.
And that's all it would take, right?
Yes.
Singularly take pictures of an officer's injuries, right?
Correct.
But once the crime scene expanded into EMS being called and someone being shot, were other crime scene investigators also dispatched to that location?
Yes.
How many others, do you remember?
I recall at least 3.
All right. And in the training protocols that you have, how do you divvy up the duties as to who's going to do what?
So usually the person who first arrives on scene is delegated the duty of taking photographs and evidence collection, and then from there it's divided by the supervisor.
Okay. Have you been trained, and do your people of the crime scene unit prepare diagrams?
Yes.
Typically, what's the criteria of when to prepare a diagram and when not to?
So whenever there's a life-threatening 3D Leica scanner is conducted. In this case, the Leica scanner was broken, so a diagram was definitely needed.
Okay, tell the jury a little bit more about what a Leica scanner is.
Leica scanner is a 3D diagram that takes accurate measurements of where the items of evidence is located.
And so you all have been trained in being able to take these pictures and input it into the software that actually can do the measurements.
Yes.
Through the photography there, right?
Yes.
But that instrument was?
It was broken, so we did not have that instrument.
Okay. So with respect to the crime scene here, was it important to do a diagram?
Yes.
Because of the absence of that?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28A and B. So take a look at these. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Was this a diagram prepared by someone as part of your team with respect to the same crime scene we've been talking about?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict where you personally found evidence at that location?
Yes.
And the measurements you took?
I did not take these measurements. These measurements were conducted by CSI Fusca.
Fusca, the one who prepared the diagram.
Correct.
Right? Is it relate to the items of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. I would offer what's been marked as State's Exhibits 28A and B.
Currently, we have board eyewitness.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Ms. Diaz.
Hello.
Jason Goss, I represent these officers here. Just, and a lot of these will say this is not to scale. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Correct. So the measurements that are conducted are not to scale because of the precision. It's not accurate. You're using a scale, a digital scale, and you're pretty much placing it on the marker, so it could be off by a few inches.
Sure. So I guess what that may mean is if something in real life that you're looking at was 3 feet from something else, it may not necessarily be reflected that it was exactly 3 feet on this map.
Correct.
Okay. So would you say it's just, this is generally how these items were found in relation to each other?
Correct.
Judge, I don't have any other questions.
I have some questions on the
Microphone, please.
All right, I noticed that in State's Exhibit 28B, there's no measurements of the width of the window in front of the patio. Would you agree?
I don't know what she put as far as her measurements. That would be something you would have to ask her about.
So you don't know what those measurements are in terms of the width of the window on the patio?
I do not know that.
All right, and you don't know the measurements of the width of what I assume is the TV stand in Exhibit 28B, correct?
Correct. That would have to be addressed with CSI Fusca.
And you don't know what the angle of the TV stand is with respect to the walls in Exhibit 28B?
Correct.
And you would agree that there was an opening in the window between the TV stand and the right pillar of the window, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know the width of that pillar opening, correct?
Correct.
And there was a wall between the window and the door. You don't know the width of that door, is that correct?
Correct.
And there is a patio door. You don't know the width or the height of that door, correct?
No, I do not.
Did anyone take any measurements of the height of the patio window, the vertical height of it?
Okay, since I was not delegated the duty of conducting a sketch, I would not be able to answer that. I'm not sure if CSI Fusca took measurements of that or not.
All right, so you can't verify whatever the height would be, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Are there any objections to State's Exhibits 28?
Other than it's not to scale,
A and B?
but we have no objections.
No objections? Okay.
All right, they're both admitted.
And State's Exhibit 28C, is this just an enlargement of 28B?
Yes.
And I would offer 28C as well.
No objection.
Admitted?
All right. Probably be helpful if I showed it to you, right?
Yes.
If you can kind of describe for the jury what they're looking at here.
Okay, so this is the interior of apartment. Do you have my report?
I do.
Okay.
Would you like to, would that be helpful in
Yes.
refreshing your memory? I've got it right on top. Right here.
Okay, so this is the interior of apartment number 3102. You can see the patio area, the living room, bedroom. There's another bedroom here, closets.
I'm sorry, you're turning away from my mic. You can just sit that
Okay.
right over there.
Sorry, so it's, is that-
That'll work. That'll be
so this is the layout of the apartment. You can see there's bathroom, master bathroom, dining room, laundry room. So like I stated, this is the patio area. We mainly focused on the patio area and the living room, bedroom, dining room area.
Okay, and there are kind of circles with numbers kind of throughout this, through the living room, particularly in the outside patio or so. Does the legend that you have indicate what are those items?
Yes.
Okay, and just taking a look basically at this bit outside the patio, what are those mostly?
Okay. Shell casings, spent shell casings.
Okay. Now, with respect to your role there at the scene and the way that you divvied up all the different responsibilities, what was your role there?
My role was to take photos and collect the items of evidence.
Okay, so with respect to all these enumerated circles here, these numbers or so, did you collect those items?
Yes.
And take them to the property room?
Yes.
Okay. And this morning, did we ask you to collect those items from the property room?
Yes.
And bring them to court today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what the property room is.
The property room is where the evidence is stored at, and that's stored there until we go and take it out for courtroom testimony.
Is it a secure facility?
Yes.
Tell us how things are checked in and how things are checked out.
There's a person at the front. I go in there, request for my items of evidence, and usually we show them our subpoena, which means we're coming to trial, and then from there it's released.
And when you drop off something at the property room, do you have certain procedures you have to follow in packing and identifying these items?
In packaging and identifying, yes. After we package the items, they're then placed into a locker room, which the property room goes and collects.
Okay, thank you. Let's set this down.
Need my mic.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, also, at this crime scene, was there also a video taken?
Yes.
Tell us what is the purpose of a video?
So the video is able to show more of the movement. It captures the preliminary examination as it's being conducted on a person that's there. Also, you just get a better view of what was not taken during photography.
And have you had an opportunity to see that video?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as we saw in that diagram and the items of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150, is that it?
Yes.
I would offer State's Exhibit 150. Crime scene video.
Judge, what happened?
All right, it's admitted.
All right. May I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you need a couple minutes? While he's doing that, I'll move on to something. All right. You talked about taking pictures there, right? How many pictures did you take, if you know?
321.
Okay, and would you agree that of the 321 pictures you took, a lot of those pictures may be a different angle of the same thing?
Yes.
Better too many than too few?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to have you look through State's Exhibits 28 through 140. If you just thumb through those a minute, take a look, and with a conscious eye to confirming whether or not these pictures that you took.
Was that 28?
28 through, did I say one?
Yes.
140. Yes. Go. Is that right? Or would you mark something in between then? Didn't we make 28? Oh, make it, change this number.
Excuse me, 151.
151, okay. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
I'm going to take State's Exhibit that's marked here 28, since we already have a 28 marked, and I'm going to remark it State's Exhibit 151 with a pen.
I have a pen.
You have one? Thank you. Thank you. So these pictures fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as you saw it through your own eyes on September 23rd, 2003.
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
And I would offer what's been marked as State's 151 and State's Exhibits 20, 29 through 140.
when we're ready.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
Can you set those up there too, please? Sure.
Counsel is done.
Is that what he said? Oh, yeah.
State Standard, States Exhibit 29 through 140 and 151, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Any objections to those?
What is 151? I don't think that's.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
151, what is 151? It was formerly.
It's the card that shows who the CSI has been. Right there.
Okay.
Y'all aren't speaking in the mics and I can't hear you.
I was asking about 151.
And what was your?
I believe that's the photo board, am I right? Yes.
Yes.
151 was what you thought was 28 and changed to 151.
Which is the photo.
All right. No objection.
We have objections to, a few of them.
Okay.
And I think the overarching objection is that these exhibits that I'm showing the court, 79, 76, 78, 79, 83, and 84. Our overarching objection is that these photographs kind of gratuitously show the deceased genitals. Not necessary. She wasn't injured there. I can understand the upper part, but really the lower part, there's no point but just to humiliate their deceased. So what we'd ask is, typically in the past, just use kind of a black box or something that covers those parts that are to be shown. It would be overly prejudicial, I believe, and it doesn't really have anything to do with these officers' actions or anything to do with their injuries or anything else. Additionally, in those photos I've shown, it appears that in addition to that, there are two photographs in front of the court, if I could read. 76 so I guess for the record, all of the other photos offered by the state, we would have no objection.
Right, and those are admitted as well, so the only one that would not be admitted, which states 76. All the others are admitted. Anything else?
Could you please state which ones?
Which one? So it's 29 through 75. Those are admitted. 77 through 140 are admitted, and states exhibit 1. Anything else before we go off the record?
Yeah.
All right, let's make sure that all the exhibits are here and taken care of for Mary before y'all leave. See y'all tomorrow. We have documents. We have documents.
Yeah, I'm not leaving.
What are y'all doing?
Oh, yeah.